reminds me of the best in Africa. When I think of where I come from, it attracts also very good energy for people who want to play. And I think playtime is so important every day. So I think Ibiza is one of the few places where it's just for 4 or 5 months very dedicated to playtime. Kids can have fun for as long as they want. People who live near the sun and who live a good time near the sun, you know, and are expressing themselves with music, find themselves dancing more and celebrating more. And this is something I would say is very similar in Africa, the Africa that I remember.
I'm missing you.
also a very good energy for people who want to play. And I think playtime is so important every day. So I think Ibiza is one of the few places where it's just for 4 or 5 months very dedicated playtime. Kids can have fun for as long as they want. People who live near the sun and who live a good time near the sun, you know, and are expressing themselves with music, find themselves dancing more and celebrating more. And this is something I would say is very similar in Africa.
Sound, this groove, this emotion. I remember house when it was just one house. I remember house when house had artists, songwriters, and personalities. I remember house when you didn't have to be a DJ just to be into house. I remember house when house was broke. I remember house when house was done in the house. I remember house when it was a spiritual thing.
First thing they do is they go straight to the thing and they start posing for me to take a photo of them at the photo wall. No, that's not us. There's no one there. I think the plan is to
You're listening to Chill Your Mind Radio.
One, two, one, two.
Do I level this camera off on the lectern or on the logos on the back wall?
Um, Good evening, good evening. Can we please settle down? We're about to start. So can I please ask everyone to grab a seat at the allocated tables so we can commence with the 2019 Excellence Awards. Amajalima. Huh? Okay. Can we please settle down? Our special guest will be walking in the next 30 minutes. Can we please find our allocated seats so we can commence with today's proceedings? Okay, our guests have arrived. Can you please stand up and welcome them, please? I'm going to give them a round of applause. Thank you. You may be seated. Okay. Good evening. Good evening. Molweni. Ninjan. Welcome to the 2009 CCMA Excellence Service Awards Gala dinner. Before we start the process, we need to observe protocol. So we wish to welcome the Portfolio Committee. We wish to welcome Judge President Bashir Wagley, the governing chairperson, Mr. Makulu Ledwaba, the members of the governing body, our CCMA director, who's looking stunning, by the way, special guests. Obviously, there wouldn't be any Indaba without the CCMA commissioners, registrars, senior CMOs, support staff, all protocol observed. Thank you. Okay. Before we proceed, I know we are in the kingdom of KwaZulu, but whenever you have something that has excellence in 2019, you cannot have a Xhosa person not around such a process. You must admit, if you were to Google excellence in 2019, you would find Xhosa people. So I think we deserve a round of applause ourselves. And that is why you're having a Xhosa program director presenting in the kingdom of KwaZulu-Natal. Okay? I see some of you are disputing this. I'll take you back. Let's go back. We had our own Xhosa people in Indaba, those of you who don't know, in 2018, and in that Indaba, we decided to find out how can we excel in 2019? How can we slay the rest of the others? So we had a discussion, and with the help of God, we were able to succeed. Look at Miss South Africa. So it's been in tunes. Where have you seen a Miss South Africa with a fade, no weave, no fuss, just there, put there. She's there. Then this year we won both the rugby championships and the World Cup rugby, led by injatsheli to Siyamthanda Kolisi. And you saw that try. You saw Lukanyo Am with that spice, handing it over to Magazola Drex Mapimpi to be the first African South African to score a try in the World Cup final. And then just to show off, God said, Xhosa people can also sing. He gave you Luyolo, who won Idols this year. So, guys, let us please not dispute our excellence. We are excellent. And you can see our own director, if you look at his attire is all Xhosa all the way. All the way. You're looking good. KwaXhosa, we don't say indoda intle, we say iyabukeka. Uyabukeka namhlanje. And I think we're going to make you an honorary Xhosa. We're going to call you Cameron, Selo, Masixole, Marocha. So from here onwards, you're no longer Cam, ungumastri. Green upwood, green. With that being said, can we please rise for the singing of the national anthem? That was beautiful. Okay. Now I'm going to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Limpo Mandoro, Social Dialogue and Labor Administration Specialist at an international labor organization. Mr. Mandoro's areas of competence include provisions of policy advice, technical support to the national social dialogue institutions and bipartite sectoral bargaining arrangement bodies, capacity building, training of negotiators representing the organizations of employers and workers on collective bargaining and negotiation skills. His qualifications include an LLB from the National University of Lesotho, a master's degree in labor and employment studies from the Institute of Social Studies, The Hague in the Netherlands. Mr. Mandoro will be giving us a presentation on 100 years of international labor organization, reflecting on the successes to achieve social justice. Can we please give Mr. Mandoro a round of applause?
Thank you very much, Program Director. Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labor, the Judge President, Chairperson of the CCMA governing body, and members of the governing body, the Director of the CCMA, convening senior commissioners, commissioners, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I bring to you greetings from the Director of the ILO in Pretoria, Mr. Johnny Musabayana, who unfortunately could not be with you tonight. As most of you may be aware, the ILO held the 14th African Regional Meeting in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, this week, where ministers responsible for employment and labor and the leadership of trade unions and employers' organizations from 49 African countries met with the aim of forging a regional framework to unleash Africa's potential for inclusive growth and shaping a future of work with social justice. The meeting also marked the celebration of the 60th year of the organization's presence in the African continent. On behalf of the ILO, we feel honored and delighted to have been invited to this Indaba and afforded the opportunity to share some reflections on the road that we have traveled in the past 100 years of our history. To us, it is like being invited to one's home to interact with brothers and sisters and relatives and reminisce on the struggles and tribulations that we have endured and the moments of happiness and successes we have shared. As you heard from Mr. Charles Newpen yesterday, the relationship between CCMA and ILO dates back to the formative stage of the CCMA, and this was not by coincidence. The ILO has been in the forefront of the struggle against apartheid for many years, and it was for this reason that the then Deputy President of the African National Congress, Dr. Nelson Mandela, visited the ILO in June 1990, a few months after his release from prison. During his address to the 77th session of the International Labour Conference, he did not only acknowledge the ILO's sense of justice and the role that the organization played in the fight against apartheid, but specifically requested technical and financial support to South Africa in the continuation of the country's new struggle. ILO support to the CCMA was therefore a direct response to that call made by the President Mandela. Program Director, I have been requested to reflect on what has taken place over a period of 100 years and to squeeze it in order to fit into 20 minutes. This is by no means an easy task, but due to the understandable exigencies of time, I will attempt to only highlight some of the key milestones that were achieved in the quest for social justice and attainment of peace. A brief history is necessary in order to help us to contextualize the developments and environment which led to the establishment of the ILO. It is a well-known fact that, together with other innovations, the steam machine kick-started industrialization in Europe and later in continental Europe and in England, and later in continental Europe and the United States of America. This innovation changed the world of work and was instrumental in transforming society. Regrettably, this human and technical advancement came at a huge social cost in terms of poor living and working conditions for the working people, especially working children. Several appeals were made to European statesmen to address the abuses of the working people through intergovernmental negotiations. To this end, Germany convened the Berlin Labour Conference in 1890, where 15 European governments met to discuss labor standards and regulation of child labor, thus paving way for further international meetings. This social reform approach was later to be at the center of ILO's work and its constituents. On the other hand, it was an attempt to establish an international organization of workers, the first international by Karl Marx and Frederick Engels. For those of you who are Marxist-Leninists, you will remember this history. Even though this did not succeed then, the idea of international cooperation among workers to defend their interest gained a firm ground later, culminating in the formation of the International Federation of Trade Unions in 1913. The IFTU was the precursor of the current World Federation of Trade Unions, which is currently based in Greece. Despite these efforts, working conditions continued to deteriorate. You'll remember the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire in New York City in 1911, which was a tragic industrial accident in a garment factory, resulting in the death of 146 garment workers, nearly all of whom were young immigrant women. This was the most catastrophic accident of the time, and calls continue to be made to improve the conditions of the working people. The last straw that broke the back of this camelback was the First World War in 1914 to 1918, which was caused by imperialist race between European powers. This caused serious hardships to the working people, who had to work under difficult conditions to feed war machineries in their countries. Conditions of work deteriorated, and labor laws were frequently suspended. Workers continued their struggle against injustice, resulting in a trade union congress in Leeds, England, in 1916, calling on the establishment of an international labor office. The Bolshevik Revolution in Russia in 1917 led to the fall of Tsarist regime and the birth of the Soviet Union. The Bolshevik perspective of an international proletariat revolution and destruction of capitalism caused fear amongst reformist politicians, trade unionists, and employers. The idea of having an autonomous framework for setting of international standards to which all concerned with the world of work would participate gained ground. The Paris Peace Conference met in 1919 and concluded the Treaty of Versailles, which officially ended the war and established the League of Nations. Within the conference, a commission on international labor legislation was established and was responsible to draft the ILO Constitution, which was later embedded in Part 13 of the treaty. From the ashes of the war, the ILO was born, a tripartite organization, the only one of its kind in the United Nations system, that brought together representatives of government, employers, and workers in its executive bodies. It was established to address economic considerations of a fair trade by setting labor standards to level the playing field. It allayed political fears emanating from the Bolshevik philosophy of ascendancy to power by the working class. Most importantly, there was humanitarian considerations which emphasized the need for justice and fairness in the way those who contributed to the production of wealth in society ought to be treated, and the need for such wealth to be equitably distributed in society. Reflecting these ideals and considerations, the preamble of the ILO Constitution states that whereas universal and lasting peace can be established only if it is based upon social justice, and whereas conditions of labor exist involving such injustice, hardship, and privation to large numbers of people, just to produce unrest so great that the peace and harmony of the world are imperiled, and an improvement of those conditions is urgently required. And whereas also the failure of any nation to adopt humane conditions of labor is an obstacle in the way of other nations which desire to improve the conditions in their own countries. This is a direct recognition of the fact that peace is a result not only of political treaties and disarmament pacts. It is equally dependent upon social justice, and that is, upon the economic and social well-being of Wales peoples, upon satisfactory conditions of work and fair share of the wealth one has contributed in its creation, adequate employment opportunities, decent living standards, and the enjoyment of basic human rights by all people everywhere. The ILO has therefore played a role to promote social justice at different key historical junctures: the Great Depression, decolonization, the victory over apartheid in South Africa, and today the building of an ethical and productive framework for a fair globalization and addressing the challenges posed by technological innovation in the world, in the future of work. The main means of action for the ILO since establishment has been through the adoption of international labor standards in the form of conventions and recommendations. As I'm talking to you now, there are 190 conventions and 206 recommendations covering various subjects ranging from freedom of association and collective bargaining, equality in employment, employment promotions and skills development, abolition of child and slave labor, and labor market governance. This is labor administration, labor inspection, social dialogue, and tripartite consultations. The implementation of these standards is supervised by a supervisory mechanism established in 1952 in the form of the Committee of Experts in the application of conventions and recommendations made up of distinguished jurists who examine reports on ratified conventions submitted by member states. One of the members of this committee is Professor Halton Schittel, whom you all know, who is from this country. Soon after its establishment, the world was faced with the Great Depression resulting from the crashing of the stock markets in the United States. This triggered unprecedented economic crisis in the industrial world, mass unemployment, and widespread hardships with devastating effects lasting for over a decade across the world. Support for internationalism decreased as nationalist and isolationist tendencies gained prominence. With the ascendancy to power of nationalist, narrow nationalist, fascist, and undemocratic governments in Europe, and the withdrawal of Germany from the ILO in the 30s, the organization's influence in Europe weakened, and it had to shift its focus to other parts of the world. The world was embroiled in another war in 1939 to 1945, and the operations of the ILO took a severe knock. After the war, the role of the ILO was strengthened. Countries emphasized the importance of associating ILO with efforts to rebuild a peaceful world. In 1944, the Philadelphia Declaration was adopted, which redefined the aims and objectives of the ILO in a changed world. The declaration provided for measures to deal with emerging problems in the field of social security and employment, as well as social policy independent territories. It also laid down two important principles. Firstly, it must be the central aim of national and international policy to achieve conditions in which all men and women can pursue their material well-being in freedom and dignity, economic security, and equal opportunity. Secondly, that all national efforts should be judged in the light of whether or not they help to further that aim. The ILO was therefore entrusted with a special responsibility to the peoples of the world to examine and consider international economic and financial policies and measures in order to ensure that social policy was made a dominant concern and the welfare of the people a central objective. This was so relevant then due to the devastating effects of the war, but it can still be argued that it is even more relevant today with the socio-economic challenges the world of work is facing. In 1948, the ILO extended its means of action over and above standard setting and introduced development technical cooperation. This covered many areas such as employment promotion, skills development, freedom of association, the convention which has just been ratified, which has just been adopted by the International Conference, and support to labor migration. This means of action was not only instrumental in addressing the unemployment crisis following the World War in Europe, but later greatly provided the much-needed support to countries which has just emerged from the yoke of colonial domination. Currently, there are about 797 projects across the globe with total funding of US dollars 487 million. This is a decline from 2010 portfolio of 3,674 projects with a total funding of 2,796. The prevailing economic challenges have undoubtedly affected this means of action. The 1960s was another interesting epoch in the ILO's history. Many African states gained independence, and most swelled the ranks of the ILO membership with great expectations for technical assistance and support. This marked the decentralization of offices to the field, with the first ILO office opened in Nigeria in 1960. This saw an increase in technical development cooperation in Africa to address the legacy of colonial domination and promote social justice and fair labor practices. The question of apartheid has always been a source of concern in the ILO since the adoption of the policy in 1948, and the organization was one of the first to impose sanctions on South Africa. It condemned the policy as being contrary to the Declaration of Philadelphia, which solemnly affirms the right of all human beings, irrespective of race, grade, and sex, to pursue both their material well-being and their spiritual development on conditions of freedom and dignity, of economic security and equal opportunity. In June 1963, the ILO governing body excluded South Africa from some of the committees. And the following year, the International Labour Conference in June 1964 unanimously adopted their declaration concerning the policy of apartheid of the Republic of South Africa. The declaration condemned South Africa as detrimental to international peace and security, saying it persistently and frequently violates this principle with the means of legislative, administrative, and other measures incompatible with the fundamental rights of men, including freedom from forced labor. The ILO program for the elimination of apartheid in labor matters was also unanimously adopted, prompting South Africa to withdraw from the ILO until readmission in 1994 after the dawn of democracy. Every year, a special report to the application of the declaration was submitted to the conference, which included recommendations on measures which could end the policy of apartheid. This marked the beginning of ILO collaboration with liberation movements in the fight against apartheid, including persistent calls for international isolation of South Africa and the unconditional release of political prisoners. Those of you who might have been in exile in Zambia, you will remember a lady who was called Judica Amri from Tanzania. She later became a director here in South Africa and married one of the MK combatants. She was one of the first ILO officials to pursue action under this declaration. It was against the background of the recognition of the role of the ILO as a fighter for social justice and international peace that the organization was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize during its 50th anniversary in 1969. When presenting the prize, the then chairperson of the Nobel Committee, Ms. Leoness, had this to say: "Beneath the foundation stone of the ILO's main office in Geneva lies a document on which is written, 'If you desire peace, cultivate justice.' There are few organizations that have succeeded to the extent that ILO has succeeded in translating into action the fundamental moral idea on which it is based." Before long, I'm already concluding, before long, the ILO was soon faced with another challenge: the social dimensions of globalization. The 70s saw the increase in foreign direct investment by multinational enterprises, NMEs, in the developing countries. For a while, MNEs had been operating like pirates in high seas without adequate regulation due to complex legal principles such as extraterritoriality and corporate separateness, making it difficult to hold them to account. The social cost of NMEs operations, due, amongst others, to lack of respect of freedom of association and other rights, and damage to environment, became a source of concern. It against this background that the organization adopted a declaration on multinational enterprises in 1977, which aimed to guide and inspire NMEs to areas such as employment, training, conditions of work, occupational safety, and health and other industrial relations matters. The declaration has since been amended to address the current complex production relations involving global supply chains. Another response was the adoption of the Declaration on Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work in 1998, which reaffirmed ILO's continued human rights approach in the context of global economy. It recognizes that economic growth alone is not enough to ensure equity, social progress, and to eradicate poverty, and that deliberate social measures are necessary. But this period was a watershed in the history of organization, in that for the first time since its establishment, the ILO came to be led by a Director General from the South, Mr. Juan Somavia, from Chile in 1999. He was instrumental in the coining and adoption of the concept of decent work as a contemporary expression of ILO mandate. Coming from South America, which had been greatly affected by globalization, he was instrumental in the establishment in 2002 of the World Commission on Social Dimensions of Globalization, which was chaired by President Mkapa of Tanzania. After the Commission's work and recommendations, the ILO adopted the Declaration on Social Justice for a Fair Globalization, which affirmed the ILO's values and its key role in helping to achieve progress and social justice in the context of globalization. The journey of the ILO in pursuit of social justice is far from being over, distinguished delegates. The work of wealth is currently experiencing transformative changes driven by technological innovations, demographic shifts, climate change, and further deepening of globalization. To address the challenges that might be posed to work in the future, the ILO has established the Global Commission on the Future of Work in 2050, which was co-chaired by His Excellency President Ramaphosa. The Commission looked into how to achieve future of work that provide decent and sustainable work. After its sterling work, the Commission made recommendations which formed the basis of the adoption of the ILO Centenary Declaration for the Future of Work by the International Conference in June 2019. The declaration has emphasized a human-centered approach focusing on three key areas: increasing investment in people's capabilities, in institutions of work, and in decent and sustainable work. It has called for action for all member states to ensure that all people benefit from the changing world of work, the continued relevance of the employment relationship is being maintained, adequate protection for all workers, and promotion of inclusive and sustainable economic growth, full development, and decent work. Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I would like to emphasize the critical role that your organization, the CCMA, plays in advancing the cause of social justice. As one of the key institutions of work that the Central Declaration has called for its strengthening, I would like to register my appreciation in your tireless efforts to share ideas and improve the execution of your mandate through forums such as this Indaba. This does not only propel you in maintaining your status as a world-class institution, but it brings together commissioners from all over the country to socialize and build a strong team. For this, I say congratulations and wish you the best in your endeavors. As the ILO, we are even proud to be associated with your efforts of excellence, and we'd like to pledge our support within the framework of the Memorandum of Understanding that we signed during a similar endeavor in 2017 here in Durban. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Mandor. I think the key emphasis on the presentation is that in order to measure true success, you need to have social justice as your objective. And I think Mr. Mandor deserves another round of applause for that presentation. Now, as I was sitting there, three things dawned on me. It dawned on me that I omitted to inform you who I was. And unlike Ngobile Dube, I do not want to be called Chief. So I'd like to just introduce myself. My name is Mpumelelo Sibongo Ngconco. Ndingugebanu, Mbethwana, Umbanjwa, Mthikazi. Tizala intombi yakamamfene. Okay? So we can get that out of the way. And please, when you see me in the corridors or you see me in the CCMA, I'm no longer Chief. I'm Mpumelelo, acting CSC Ekurhuleni. Okay? That's the first thing. The second thing is, I think I was a tad biased by only complimenting our director on his attire. I omitted to compliment the rest of you. You all look beautiful. You deserve a whoosh. Give yourself a round of applause. And last but not least, our motivational speaker, when you were speaking yesterday, his name just bothered me. Atish, it just bothered me. So I went and I Googled, Atish is short for Atandwa. So I'm thinking, Atandwa Atish Daya, which then inevitably means Atish is Indian, but it's Xhosa. So we also summited Kilimanjaro in 2019. Thank you, Atish, for that. And then last but not least, we are in Durban. We know Durban rocks. Durban is unprecedented when it comes to its entertainment. So before we serve the canapes, we have a cultural group who's going to perform for us. They are called Ama Jamilan. Can you please give them a round of applause before they enter? Wow. Huh? That was electrifying, eh? If I didn't have a tailored suit, I would also be. Huh? 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 As you can see, they are serving the canapes. And while they're serving them, our I don't know. I don't know if I want to disturb you while you eat. It's a tricky one. But what we're about to do now is very important. So, and I know some of you may be a little bit hungry. Do you want me to give you some time to tuck into those canapes, or? Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's give you some time to tuck in a bit, and then we'll do the next item.
wena bungaphathi ngani bese uzokhuluma
Okay, can we? I'm sure we've tucked in somewhat. It looked delicious. We have organized for the waiters to put some water on the tables, and then I'm made to believe that we will be sending some waiters around, and you can they'll take your drinks orders. Okay. So back to the awards. I'd like to take this opportunity then to call upon stage the Acting Senior Commissioner, Morris Kotza, Dispute Resolution, and Mr. Mtembeni Nganana. And the purpose of me calling these two good-looking gentlemen upstage is for them to they'll be doing the Commissioner Oath and affirmation. Now, the process herein is that we have a photographer who's going to be taking pictures. I've been requested to, when you get your specific certificate, that you stand and you get a picture, okay? So without further ado, can we please give Mr. Kotza and Mr. Nganana a round of applause?
Amalunga ePhalamende ahloniphekile kwezomsebenzi nezokuqashwa, umahluleli owongamele enkantolo yezomsebenzi, umahluleli Wekley, umahluleli wenkantolo yezomsebenzi, umahluleli Wicha, umphathi sihlalo wesigungu esiphezulu kwa-CCMA, umnumzane uLedwaba, amalungu esigungu esiphakeme kwa-CCMA, kanye nawo wonke amalungu ezigungu eziphakeme kwa-CCMA, umqondisi ophethe kwa-CCMA, izikhulu zonke nabahlonishwa abahlanganyele kanye nathi namhlanje, abasebenzi bakwa-CCMA, kwelengabade kwelikamthaniya siyanibingelela kulona leli lwendlovu namandla ngifikelwe usinga mangibona laba ade benza umsebenzi oncomeka kangaka emva kokuba sikhulume kodwa ngase ngithi hayi ngizosiphatha kahle nami sofika isikhathi sokuthi sibonise ukuthi thina belikamthaniya senzani owethu kumsebenzi awumkhulu kakhulu ijoko esinikezwe lona ijoko lokuthi sizokwethula laba abazobe bezothatha izifungo sizobabiza beze phambili mase siyabasiza ukuthatha izifungo zabo. May we request all those new commissioners that will be taking oath today to come in front and will administer the oath.
Right, it seems we nearly have all the commissioners here. It seems there's more people standing than sitting, but that's fine as well. Okay. Right, everybody's looking fantastic in their outfits, looking very beautiful, as I think Pumi has already said. And this is the part, I think, when I became a commissioner, which really set the tone for me on the path forward. This is where you take the oath in saying that you will commit to social justice. You will be that change agent in every case that's in front of you. So, ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you to raise your right hand? And for those who've got their left up, the other right, please. Okay. Now that we've got everybody's right hands up, could you please repeat after me? I, Marius Kotze, do solemnly swear that I will, without fear, favor, or prejudice, execute the office of Commissioner of the Commission for Conciliation, Mediation and Arbitration, in accordance with the Constitution and the law of the Republic of South Africa. So help me God. Congratulations. If you can please just turn around. Can we ask everybody just to give them another round of applause, please? Thank you very much. You can take your seats now. Thank you.
Okay, can we settle down? While we're settling down, I also want to say congratulations for being given your driver's licenses. You've been driving with learners. The next person that I'm going to be calling up, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting pretty serious now. I'm about to call up the director of the CCMA. So can you please settle down? And the purpose of calling the director is for the director to give a warm welcome to the Judge President. Things are about to get really interesting now because we're calling up the voice of the CCMA, Teddy Pendergrass, you know? Director speaks so nicely, you just want to give him money for saying a few words. So Director, can you please come up stage to come and give the Judge a President? Like this all the time.
Good evening. It's see, you have a new commissioner. When the director greets you and not responding, then I can withdraw and recall your appointment. That's the danger that comes with that. You may be recalled. In fact, I think we make an error. Program director, they should have been here when I speak about these few points, which are quite important. May I request that those who just have taken the oath to please stand where you are at. You don't have to come forward. Right. We have to be very serious about this one because it's no matter for joking. You've just been appointed. The purpose of this submission is very short, but its impact is very serious. Firstly, you have just been appointed officially as the Commissioner of the CCMA. And the appointment that you made and the oath that you took did not say you're a commissioner. It said you are holding the office of the commissioner. There's a difference. You're holding the office of a commissioner. It is a very distinguished position. The oath that you just took, it's not a joke. It has consequences. It has responsibilities, and it has obligations. I'm going to highlight a few of them. And I'm saying this in the presence of Judge Wetcher and Judge President and the members of the governing body. Therefore, the obligation of what I say could not have better witnesses in what I'm saying. Firstly, this oath connects you directly, that's the nexus, directly with the South African Constitution. I presented yesterday and I said, the Constitution is not a joke. The Constitution, together with the values underlying it that you found in the preamble, are an obligation which you must not violate, directly or indirectly. Are we clear? Further than that, below the Constitution, it means you have a duty also to observe all employment laws and apply them. And inherent in that obligation, you can't apply laws that you don't know, which means you must know them. That's the obligation. Over and above that, the CCMA has policies and practices which are in writing, which are incorporated in your oath and contract by reference. And by taking this oath, it means you are bound by them. You shall apply them and you shall observe them. Are we clear? Over and above that, the CCMA has a strategy that we apply, which we spoke about yesterday. Each and every chapter and sub-charter of that policy or that strategy document, you will know. You can't be part of an institution and do not know what it's about. Ours is not just about law. We also have strategic objectives which you must execute. Are we clear? Are we clear? Further, we have values that are attached to our strategy, but those values stand alone. You have to know by heart each and every one of those values, because your conduct and behavior will be tested against those values. Not only do you observe them, you see to it that it is being observed in your position as a commissioner, in the office of the commissioner. Are we clear? And foundational to those values, I will not talk to all of them, foundational to those values is the element of respect. Not only about respecting yourself, it's about respecting the work that you do, you respect your colleagues, you respect those that we service, and most importantly, you respect work that you do. Are we clear? Second to that, the work I just spoke about is not work that has to be done ordinarily. You have to do that function excellently. Excellently. That's a value that we have as a commission. You do it with excellence. If any ruling you make, any award you make, does not meet the standard of excellence and how you treat and deal with parties, you're violating this value. You will respect it, you will apply it. Are we clear? Are we clear? Lastly, under values, in your conduct and in your performance, please act with integrity. Do the right thing even if nobody is watching. Are we clear? Yes, that's important. The biggest mistakes that we sometimes make as commissioners, you get a case, you get a file, you do a case, that's it. No. Don't learn bad habits. Understand the environment you are operating in. Understand and know the environment you're working in, which means you will understand yourself, you will understand the CCMA, you will understand and know the province you are in, you will understand the country you are in, you will understand the entire international space that influences us domestically as found in our constitution. You will also ensure that you know and understand the institutions that interact with us. That includes Parliament, the Department of Employment and Labor, the bargaining councils, because in future some of you have become panelists of those bargaining councils, the National Treasury, because without money we can't operate, and the regulations issued by them and instructions. And Mandoro was talking earlier on, the International Labour Organization, which is important because of conventions and regulations that are issued by them, which are introduced to us through the Constitution, Section 39. You know that, right? Are we clear? Act with pride in the execution of your function. Act with pride in the execution of your function. And of course, as you do all of that, be the best version of a commissioner you can be. Don't be ordinary. Be the best. That's the oath I took when I became commissioner. That's why I'm standing here, because I went for the best. Take those good examples and become the best commissioner at the CCMA. The country needs you. And this you must underline with capital letters, you must put it in bold, you must analyze, you must italize it. Your soul is not for sale. Your soul as the commissioner is not for sale. And finally, welcome to the CCMA, welcome to our world, welcome as commissioners. Enjoy it. Thank you very much. JP. With JP. All right. Now we're proceeding to the next item on the agenda. And I have decided to do what I know that the judge president likes. Not giving these long profiles, and all of that. But I'm going to say one statement which will capture everything. Judge Workley is the Judge President of the Labour Court and the Labour Appeal Court. That should suffice, isn't it? Please come forward, Judge President.
Thank you, Mr. Director. That was the best introduction ever. Often people carry on talking and you fall asleep. And often they talk about you and you don't even know it's you they're talking about. Mr. Director, Board of the CCMA, ladies and gentlemen, I've been told to speak of the role of the CCMA and I suppose the judiciary in the inculcating of objectives of the Constitution of the Republic. Let's not talk about that. I think the Director has said what needs to be said. You all know what your roles are. Today or this evening is a day of celebration. We need to have a party. So, as I was saying, this is an admission of new commissioners, so rather let's talk about what we need to be careful about, what we need to do. We know about integrity, we know we need to do the right thing, and I'm sure all of you will do that and will heed what the Director has told you. But you also need to realize that the only arbitrators and adjudicators that don't make mistakes are those you don't know. I haven't heard of any arbitrator or any adjudicator, when I say adjudicator, judges, who haven't made mistakes. I have looked and I've asked people to look at, and I can tell you this, there isn't one judge from the existence of when judges were appointed who has not been taken on appeal and who has not had his judgment reversed. There isn't one judge who has always been right. So it's not a matter of always being right. It's a matter of doing what you think is right and being honest about it. We all make mistakes. Sometimes we make very silly mistakes. But you don't do it out of dishonesty. That's the important issue. So what you need to do is when you get an arbitration award which you have drawn and it's taken on review and the judges review it, set it aside, nothing to be shy about, nothing to feel bad about, nothing to be depressed about. We'll all go through that processes. But the important thing is that we learn from them. And more important is that we learn from the mistakes the other arbitrators have made as well. So remember, the one thing about being an arbitrator, like a lawyer and like a judge, is that once you've appointed doesn't mean that you've now reached the end of your learning. It simply means you have to start learning all over again. And once judgments come from the court, you realize that what you've learned, you now have to unlearn because something new has come up. Now I have to relearn. And later, judgments are reversed. So you have to go and relearn. That's what law is about. Law is not static. It is something you'll need to keep. That's why there are precedents. You need to look at them and to read them. Every time you get, I'm sure there's judgments and awards sent on email to you, you need to read them. Because you will realize as soon as you read them that something has changed, something you need to know. And remember, you're always bound by precedent. So sit back, relax, learn, and do what you're doing honestly and fairly. I normally sit with my judges, at least, especially in the Labour Appeal Court. At the end of every term, we sit down and we look at the judgments and the matters we've heard on appeal. And we talk about some of the silly mistakes that judges make. And we look at them not because we think, how silly can you be? No, it's not that. We all make mistakes. Some of them just appear, why would you make this mistake? And it always makes sense why you did it. Often people want to do the right thing, and they get caught up in wanting to do the right thing. But sometimes the right thing and the legal thing don't always coincide. And that's the tragedy that we have to live with, which everyone has to live with. Justice does not always, law does not always deliver justice. And that creates a problem. So when you find that you're being reversed, or that your matter is being taken to arbitration and the judge says, oh, you're so wrong. It's not because we're saying you are wrong because you don't understand. We realize that you might want to do the right thing. You were there, you saw what you wanted. But law says something else, and we look at it clinically, we look at it dispassionately, and that's sometimes a tragedy when the result does not reflect what should actually be. The result reflects that sometimes it reflects like it's unfair, but that's how the law works. So I say we normally sit and we look at it and it's a process where we learn as well and we think, why did you make that decision you did? And we do that simply so that we can learn from there and see what went wrong, if something went wrong, and why. So in preparation for today, I decided to look at some of the CCMA awards which might have gone a bit wrong. I say that not because I think that people didn't do the job. I think it's an educational process. Like we do that in the Labour Appeal Court, I think we should also discuss it amongst ourselves when some things don't appear to be right. And so I tried to put it in some fashion where it can help, especially the new commissioners. The first thing I need to tell you is when you get the file for conciliation, conciliation is a wonderful process, and it's one of the most difficult processes which people don't understand. And my fight with CCMA has always been that they don't give you enough time to conciliate. Conciliation needs a lot of time. In the very old days, in the early 90s, I used to conciliate labor disputes, and especially the biggest disputes used to be about wages and salaries. And we knew parties want to settle. No one wants a non-settlement. They want to settle, but they're all too frightened. They're always frightened. If they agree to 10 Rand an hour, maybe the employer wants to give 12 Rand. Maybe they should therefore ask for 20 Rand. And the employer wants to give them 10 Rand an hour, but he's too frightened to make that because he'll say, if I give them that offer of 10 Rand, then they'll want more. So what do you do? One of the things we did, there was one company in particular I knew, it still exists, Nampak. And I used to always arrange when they wanted me to mediate salaries, I would say, I'm only available on Friday. Now, those of you who come from Cape Town will know, we don't work on Fridays, So you do it on Friday, and then they're forced to have you. You get there at 8 in the morning, sit with the two parties, talk to them, and then tell them, go back, and I'll meet each one of you. I go sit in the car, read the Cape Times. It'll take me about half an hour, then I'll start. Let them think about this issue. I'll go back to the car, do some work, come back an hour later, talk to them, and they're not moving. Each one wants so much. I go to mosque, come back. It's now 2 o'clock now. They have to go home, you see. And I come back and I say, are we getting anywhere? And then they'll say, look, the employee will say normally, we'll settle for 10, but don't tell them, see how far they can go. You go to the employer and say, I want to give them 10, but don't offer because just now they'll want more. You go back and I'll say, I've settled at 10 happy. Everyone's happy. We go home. You know? But it doesn't. These things don't always happen. But what it shows you, what it needs time. It needs time for you to do something else, actually. They think you with the other side, and they start worrying. Each one worries, and they want to try and settle this matter. So CCMA needs to do that. Give you more time to mediate or conciliate properly. But the point I need to make as well, as commissioners, what you need to do, you won't have that kind of time, so you have to sit with the parties and try and see what you can do as soon as, or as quick as possible. But you get that certificate that you issue. And on the certificate at the bottom it says the matter must be referred to. And you have heard what you've heard, and on that basis you mark it. And you say it must go for arbitration. And comes to arbitration, the commissioner sees, oh, this matter must be arbitrated, so I must hear it. Or you say it must go to labor court. The parties then decide, simple misconduct, we'll go to arbitration. And the arbitrator says, no, I can't hear it because this matter must go to labor court. Now remember, please, you can put whatever you want. Of course, you'll put what you think is right. But that doesn't make it an order. It is simply what you think at the time, where it should go. So it's put the labor court. You can't refuse to hear the arbitration, because the conciliator can't decide. His job is to try and settle a matter. He can't determine where the matter must go. Okay. So when you see that, it might be a helpful guide to the worker, it might be a helpful guide to the employer. But it's not something that you are bound by when it comes to you for arbitration, or if it comes to labor court for adjudication. Because the commissioner said the arbitration, doesn't mean the labor court will say, no, sorry, I can't hear it, you must go for arbitration. You can't. You need to resolve the dispute that is before you. And all the commissioner has done is simply provided what he thought was the right thing to help the parties. It's not there, it's not an order, it's not a rule. Okay. Past the conciliation stage, you then get a file for arbitration. And the one thing you notice on the file is that this matter has come before for arbitration. And the previous arbitrator has made a note. In fact, he made an order, let's call it an order, where he says that this matter must not be arbitrated until such time as the respondent or the applicant, whoever the party is, has filed certain documents for discovery, and he puts the list on. Now it comes for arbitration. And you've got this file, you see this note. You cannot disregard that note. It is your order in a way, because you're the commissioner. Someone else was the previous commissioner, and he was in your shoes, and he's made that order. What you need to do is decide what you're going to do about that. It might be simply an accommodative thing, a facilitative thing. And you discuss with the parties, and the parties will say, no, that need has fallen away because we've discussed it. Then you make a note, the parties agree that this order is no longer binding, they've abandoned it or whatever. Okay. And then you can proceed with arbitration. But you cannot simply disregard it. Now, recently what happened, there was a matter which kept on coming to arbitration, and one of the parties kept on postponing this matter. And so eventually the arbitrator decided that this matter will not proceed to arbitration unless party A pays the cost of party B for being at the CCMA today. So there was an order which said no proceeding with the arbitration until the applicant, whoever the applicant was, has paid the fees of the respondent because he's wasted so much time. The matter comes, the costs are not paid. There was a cost, came to 3,000 Rand or whatever the amount was. Now, whether the order is right or wrong is irrelevant. What you need to know is if that was an order. That matter came before the commissioner. You know what the commissioner did? He said, let's leave that, let's start with the arbitration. You can't do that. That's an order. It's your order. You can't simply disregard your order and decide you're going to carry on. That order said there must be a cost paid. And you cannot hear the arbitration until the cost is paid. Unless, of course, the matter was taken on review. Because when you do that, what you do, you're overruling a commissioner's award. And one commissioner cannot overrule another commissioner's award. He can rescind it, but he cannot overrule it. If there's a proper application for rescission, you can hear it. Another commissioner can hear it. But he cannot simply, when he gets a file where there is an order, disregard the order and carry on. So be careful. When you get the file, look at it. Or if sometimes it's not in the file, the parties stand up and say, we were here previously, and the previous commissioner made this order and said these things. Deal with it. Cannot disregard it. Okay. And those are important things to remember, because you don't sit as a judge, as a reviewing party, a reviewing commissioner. You cannot review another commissioner's award. You must comply with it. If the parties are not happy, they can take it to a review in the labor court. And the labor court will deal with it, but you cannot. Okay. Then you get the matter before you and you start arbitrating. Now, if it's a misconduct matter, remember this is a matter where the employer is saying that employee has behaved badly or has violated the rule, and you need to look at what is the complaint. Now what happens is, employers go and write there, employee committed murder, employee committed fraud, employee committed theft. Then all of a sudden, some arbitrators become magistrates or judges. They decide they're hearing a criminal matter. This is not, you're not hearing a criminal matter. You don't wear red robes. That's what judges wear when they hear a criminal matter. Sorry. We all wear black, or you wear your clothes. So you must decide, you mustn't decide that this, what is this matter? It's a fraud. The elements of fraud are A, B, and C. The employer hasn't proved B and C. No, that's not your job. Your job is to see what are the facts. What does the employer say? The employer says you stole money from the bank account. Okay. Did he steal the money? Forget about the elements of theft. Forget about the elements of fraud. That's not for you. That's for the criminal court to decide. Recently there was a matter where someone was charged with murder. The employer said, employee committed murder. I'm sure my colleague might have mentioned this matter on Thursday. And the commissioner did an excellent award. He went into all the elements of murder. He went to look at dolus directus, dolus this. I mean, these swear words we had nightmares with at school. And he did an excellent job. I mean, dolus eventualis, Eventually, he did find that there was no dolus eventualis. I'm sure the poor employee and employer must be thinking, what is this? All he had to say is dolus is an intention and eventualis is an anticipated, manifestation of that intention. No, he uses the terms. And he finds that the employee didn't commit murder. Because the employee said, I meant to shoot him in the foot, and I shot him in the stomach and he died. So the commissioner said, reinstatement with full back pay. Now, if you think that is bad, let me tell you what the labor court did. They said the commissioner is absolutely right. So don't think bad about the commissioners. The labor court said, yeah, there was no dolus. And it came on appeal. And the three of us looked at it and said, dolus. This man killed the person. He killed him. And the fact is, he even told him an hour earlier that he was going to do it. So The commissioner finds no murder, but the commissioner finds it wasn't self-defense, which is what he had raised. It was culpable homicide, which means he did kill, negligently killed. How do you give the guy his job back? You know? So be careful. That's what happens when you label misconduct charges or when you follow the labels. Employers always label it because the lawyers tell them to do that. Lawyers have lots of fun. They know the review is going to come. We'll make money. But you need to look at what is the action which is wrong, which the employer complains about. Look at the facts and forget the charge. Forget the label attached to it. Label doesn't help you. Label works in the criminal courts, not at a misconduct inquiry. So that's what you will do. You will think of what's the issue before you. And then the third thing what you need to do when you're hearing the evidence is to be very careful. Because I know, and this happens to all of us, we hear and we know something's wrong. But don't collect your own evidence. You deal with the evidence that is presented to you. If you want to raise something, raise it. Nothing stopping you from saying, but I think I need to hear something on X, Y, and Z. You're entitled to do that at CCMA because you run the arbitration as best suits you. But don't sit and say nothing. Like once happened where I think the employer said the employee was drunk without any tests, and the employer said, he had bloodshot eyes and all that sort of thing. And the arbitrator said, nothing during the evidence, but after when he wrote his award, he said, the employee sat by me. He had bloodshot eyes all the time, and he was never drunk. Now, that arbitrator might be absolutely right, but you can't do that. But there was nothing stopping him from saying, look, you raise about his bloodshot eyes, but look, he's sitting here now, and his eyes are red. What can you tell me about it? And the employer might have an explanation, or there might be something to it. But you can't not have evidence and sit back and decide, but you saw this, and therefore your observation can't be part of evidence. Be careful about that, all right? I raise this because, please, we all make mistakes. It's not just arbitrators, it's judges. Everybody does that, okay? Then there is the variation clause. Now, many people don't realize that, but one of the most important and useful tools that you have is variation powers. So when you make an award, I've always told people at CCMA, when you write an award, please, and new commissioners, please do this. When you hear a matter and you're going to grant compensation, put the amount in. Makes it easy for the sheriff. Well, nothing makes it easy for the sheriff, but at least you've got an amount, At least you've got an amount there which you can execute against. And often what happens is you put an amount, and a week later the employer writes to you saying, you got this all wrong. Or the employee tells you, you got it wrong. You took my weekly salary and made it a monthly salary. Something like that. Now, the variation clauses are there, so you can sit back and say, that was a genuine error, and I need to rectify it. It shouldn't be 5,000. The award should be 25,000. So I'm varying my award to rectify. It's a rectification thing, okay? Means it's a simple error which can easily be rectified. That's the important issue. Don't do what someone did, where he did an award and later realized, oh my God, I've got it totally wrong. So informs the parties, I'm going to vary the award. In the first award, he found the dismissal unfair and reinstated. In his varied award, he found that the dismissal was totally fair. Now, that is not a variation. You can't do that. So be careful. And I know you are laughing, but we all make these things. Sometimes, you realize you've messed up something. How do you rectify it? And you want to rectify it. Find out from others. This was obviously not the right way of doing it. And he was right the second time around. So be careful about variation. And the last and most important thing, and when I raise this, I'm raising it to you as commissioners, but these things are also raised with judges. So don't imagine that I'm raising this because commissioners make these mistakes. We make just as many mistakes. And one of the mistakes we make, which all the commissioners also do, not all, many, is to try and overrule the act. No, neither of us can do that. What happens is, and it often happens in a matter where the party has brought an application, went to the Labour Court and found out Labour Court had no jurisdiction, or it comes to the CCMA and later finds out he should be in the Labour Court. And the commissioner says, you're in the wrong place, you're supposed to be in the Labour Court. Meantime, the 60 days or 90 days have expired. So you find the commissioner saying, you now have 60 days from today to bring an application, to take the matter to the Labour Court. Now that is not on. The Act is very clear. You need to bring a matter, take the matter to the Labour Court 90 days from the date the certificate was issued, or 30 days after after 30 days it expired if you've applied for conciliation. That's the Act. That's what the Act says. You, as a commissioner, cannot overrule it. Nor can a judge. When he sees a matter before him as a matter which shouldn't be before him, it should be at arbitration, he can't make an order to overrule the Act. There has to be an application for condonation because the court has no jurisdiction, the CCMA has no jurisdiction when matters are not brought within the time limit. That is why you have to apply for condonation. Another thing about condonation, you'll find that the employee or employer applies for condonation and the other side comes and says, fine, we have no problem. Don't leave it there. They might not have a problem, but you still need to make that order to say condonation is granted. You might not now refuse it because they both agreed, but you can't simply disregard it. So in court, you find sometimes parties come and they say, we've agreed for grant condonation. I said, hang on, who are you to agree? The Act says you must apply within time limits. There are time limits. It deals with jurisdiction. The court must order the condonation. It might not refuse it because when both parties agree, but the court must make that order. An arbitrator must make that order. So be careful about these things. We all fall into the traps, and especially the new judges. Think carefully about these, what I've raised. It helps, I think. And I think we had enough serious talk. Let's have a party. Thank you.
Thanks again, Judge President Wagley, for reminding us of a very big point that has been raised this whole weekend. And it's now really hitting home that as commissioners, we're not perfect. We make mistakes. We shouldn't be hard on ourselves, but the margin of those mistakes shouldn't be that much. But I think the biggest take home for myself too is that we should not be over-criminalizing labor law. And we need to focus on that. We need to go home and think about this very, very deeply, okay? The other issue we need to focus on in us not over-criminalizing the law, that when parties are going left and they should be going right, it is our responsibility to raise it with them and to steer them in the right direction, okay? On that note, I'm just going to say now we're going to have another cultural entertainment that's going to be taking place right about now. During this process, there'll be waiters who'll be going around taking orders. Okay? Thank you. Can you welcome the cultural entertainment, please? On now. Okay. Ladies and gents, it's been a long night. We have now reached the business end of tonight's gala dinner. We are now going to be doing the presentation of the 2019 CCMA Service Excellence Awards and Director's Special Acknowledgements. To assist with this process, we are going to call our Executive Governance and Strategy, Ms. Anna Mokhadinyana, to come and assist. Can you please give Ms. Mokhadinyana a round of applause as she approaches?
Thank you. Okay. Judge President Wegley, members of the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labor, CCMA governing body members and committee members, CCMA commissioners, the stars of tonight, ladies and gentlemen, and all our strategic partners. As Judge President said, I'm here to get the party started. Are we ready to get the party started? Well, it also depends when we remember last year. So for some people, it will bring very good memories. We remember what happened yesterday. Some people left crying because it was a region that was captured by internal audit. So let's see what will happen today. As the theme of this year's Indaba says, we need to reflect on the past, we need to embrace the present. But before we prepare for the future, we need to celebrate what has been achieved. And I think this is one of the most important parts of the Indaba. So colleagues, I'll assist the governing body members to present the awards. In total, there are 6 categories. And the first category is the dispute resolution category. Colleagues, during the 2018-19 financial year, 193,732 cases were referred to the CCMA. And the acting CSC from Port Elizabeth also highlighted some stats in terms of the new jurisdiction. And the Kilimanjaro, ladies and gentlemen, as the presentation on strategic foresight was delivered, is only getting bigger. And this makes this category even more important going forward. And despite that caseload, our commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, have managed to ensure that all conciliations are done within 24 days against the legislated target of 30 days. Can we give our commissioners a big round of applause? Over and above that, colleagues, 68 days were taken to do the arbitration process. And of all the referrals, the settlement rate for the 2018-19 financial year is 74%. Can we have another big round of applause? For this category, the first award will be the best performing full-time commissioner. So this commissioner is one that has consistently performed well between the period November 2018 to October 2019. So that will be the last 6 months of 17-18 and the first 6 months of 2018-19 financial year. And this commissioner, colleagues, will have conducted a minimum of 600 diverse processes during this period, would have achieved a settlement rate of 70% and above, would have a postponement rate of less than 6%, no late awards, clean disciplinary record, no valid complaints, and has exercised discretionary effort. I'm going to call Tate Dimpo Mandoro to assist with reading out the nominees and the winner. And just to say that it was very close, colleagues. Between the winner and the runner-up, it's 2%. Mr. Mandoro?
Thank you very much, Anna. The nominees for the Best Performing Full-Time Commissioner, nominees are Kevin Samuels, Western Cape; Sundusa Madonsela, Ikuruleni; Valerie Hounden, KwaZulu-Natal. And the winner is Sundusa Madonsela.
Can we give Commissioner Madonsela another round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen? The next award is the Best Performing Part-Time Commissioner. Also for the same period, November 2018 to October 2019. Also a minimum of 600 processes, settlement rate of 70% and above, no postponement rate less than 6%, no late awards, no valid complaints, and a clean disciplinary record. The winner and the runner-up, the difference is also like less than 2% or so between the two. And to announce the nominees and the Best Performing Part-Time Commissioner for 2019, can I please request the CCMA Chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee, Mr. Velile Pangwa. Could you please welcome him with a round of applause, please?
Good evening, Nkosi Anna. The nominees are Unonhlanhla Sithole, eTshwane; Benjamin Poppy Wauchope, Ekurhuleni; Mervyn Johnson, Western Cape. The winner is after the break. Benjamin Poppy, Ekurhuleni.
Okay. Right, thank you, colleagues. So the last award under dispute resolution will be the best performing dispute resolution region overall. And before I read out the criteria, can I ask the CCMA director to join us on stage and the acting NEC dispute resolution, Mr. Marascosa, to join us on stage, please. As they're walking up, the best performing dispute resolution is awarded to a region that has achieved outstanding results on dispute resolution and boasts a good record on turnaround times for conciliations and arbitrations. This award is measured against the performance in 13 areas, and amongst them is pre-conciliation conducted and settled, settlement rate, postponement rate, conciliations heard within 30 days, and arbitrations sent within 40 days. And obviously this will be important because these two targets of conciliations and arbitrations in our annual performance plan, which we report to members of parliament on. So this is something that we really take pride in. And to announce the nominees and the winner is Ms. Dumakatso Mahlalela, who's a CCMA Audit Committee member. Can you please give her a big, big round of applause?
Thank you, Anna. The nominees are Mpumalanga Region, Port Elizabeth Region, Ekurhuleni Region, and the winner is Ekurhuleni.
Can we give Ekurhuleni another round of applause, colleagues? The next category is dispute prevention and workplace outreach. This is one of our pride and joy when we report to Parliament I know that portfolio committee members are present. I'm not in any way trying to buy your face so that when we come next time, you're not too hard on us. Colleagues, our DMP commissioners performed 1,898 outreach activities, doing workshops, doing radio station interviews, training, and awareness-raising activities, reaching 72,470 users across South Africa. Can we give our DMP commissioners a big, big round of applause? To assist us acknowledge the best performing dispute prevention and workplace outreach category is Ms. Ramona Clark, who's also our Audit and Risk Committee member. Can I also ask Mr. William Thompson, who's the Acting National Senior Commissioner, Dispute Prevention and Training, to join us on stage, please? Thank you.
Good evening. And the nominees are Johannesburg, Ekurhuleni, Tshwane, and the winner is Tshwane.
Can you please come to stage, Tshwane region? Tate Morwa, where's Tate Morwa? Can we give the capital city another big round of applause? PE, are you okay? Are you fine? Okay. Just checking. Colleagues, the next category is the collective bargaining and mediation. This was very, very, very tight, with the difference between the winner and the runner-up being 0.06. The best performing collective bargaining and mediation award is awarded to a region that has constantly achieved the highest rating in this area. The evaluation is based on regional collective bargaining performance scores that are always published on a monthly basis, and on the following key performance indicators: mutual interest settlement rate, Section 150 settlement rate, the return to work index, organizational rights settlement rate, and Section 189 job saving. And to assist us, announce the nominees, and the winner is Dr. Giles Mutau, who's also our Audit and Risk Committee member. Can we welcome Dr. Mutau?
Thank you, Anna, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The nominees are Port Elizabeth, Ekurhuleni, Johannesburg, and the winner is Port Elizabeth.
The runner-up, Ekurhuleni, the final score was 4.43 and PE 4.49. So next year we hope we'll see some paradigm shift there. This is the second year in the running PE is taking this. Colleagues, to present one of the biggest awards for the night, the top performing region overall category. Can I please request our GB chairperson, Tatele Dwaba, to please join us on stage? And to assist us with reading out the nominees, and the winner will be Mr. Sfiso Lukele, who's also a GB member. Colleagues, this award will be awarded to the region that has performed across 3 key areas of dispute resolution, dispute prevention, collective bargaining, and mediation for the period November 2018 to October 2019. Babu Lukele.
Sanbonan. I see these people almost wanting to read through. I hope you are all good out there. My Lucas, there you are. the top performing region is awarded to a region that has performed exceptionally against its regional operational targets and was the top achiever on the 3 key areas of dispute resolution, dispute prevention and workplace outreach and collective bargaining, as well as mediation from November 2018 to October 2019. These are the nominees. Port Elizabeth, Eguruleni, Tswane. Now, the winner. Port Elizabeth.
Top performing region for 2019, and all regions, all commissioners, a big round of applause. The next category is the Best Arbitration Award. And for this award, obviously, Honorable Judge President Wegley, can you please join us on stage? Can we give the Judge President a round of applause, please? The Best Arbitration Award is an award that is so excellent that it stands the test of time. It is groundbreaking, it is precedent-setting, it is far-reaching with its legal implications either confirming or changing previously established legal principles. It is an award that says the commissioner has got this. There was only one nominee. And it's got nothing to do with the fact that the Indaba is in Durban. Commissioner Almero Deizel. Can you join us on stage, please? another big round of applause. When we say it has stood the test of time, it was confirmed by the Constitutional Court and is the Dunlop matter. The last category, colleagues, is the director's acknowledgements. And I will hand over to the director to do the director's acknowledgements. There are about 5 key categories, and there are about 10 colleagues that will be acknowledged by the director for a variety of reasons. Can we give the director a warm welcome to the stage, colleagues?
She said a warm welcome. I'm not sure how we test whether it's warm or not. I hope that for the new commissioners, you realize that when we're talking about the best award and what it takes, when I said be the best, it means your award must survive the test of time, from the Labour Court, Labour Appeal Court, and through the Con Court, and they said, but the commissioner was correct. And that's the sweetest sound of music you can get, whether LAC or the Con Court, but that's the last thing that you must strive for. Well done, Almero. And by the way, just to mention, Almero has been assisting the CCMA for years in the drafting of material as well, before I even became director of the CCMA. And I think it's well deserved. And congratulations to him. Let's give him just a final round of applause for that achievement. This category is an important one. It's in line with what we spoke about yesterday in my submission. And this is just the beginning. It may not be the best at this stage, but I must say that the success and the recognitions that we give to our staff on things that are not necessarily work-related also, where they become ambassadors of the CCMA in their private capacities. That is now performing off and on the field. And for us to know who to recognize, I want to make this important call that we cannot know who we must acknowledge for doing things that are exceptional unless you let us know. And those that we recognize are those that have been submitted, that we have evaluated and took a decision that they must be recognized. And others is not about being informed, it is just given that they must be acknowledged. The narrative to this, if I may read, that it is indeed with great pleasure and pride that I take this opportunity to acknowledge the distinguished and eminent members of the CCMA family who have served and continue to serve with competence and selflessness in the process, have contributed meaningfully towards the CCMA mandate and for being good compatriots. I have instituted this acknowledgement and award, which will be presented to employees who have demonstrated great commitment on duty and off duty and have done exceptionally well for themselves professionally and personally, but have also advanced the interests of the CCMA and South Africa. These individuals are truly CCMA ambassadors in principle and through action, and have the imprints of our values and the values of our democratic country as based on our values in the Constitution. Now, in terms of the categories, which we start with, which is very important, we have had employees that have been to the CCMA from the beginning, and they also stood the test of time. And as at the time they decide to bow out of the CCMA, it is really will be an injustice not to recognize them. And I have taken the pleasure and, of course, the pride to invite these 2 distinguished ladies and a gentleman to come and join this event so that we can enjoy their presence. Ladies and gentlemen, the first recipient of recognition and appreciation goes to Commissioner Hendrik Oliphant. Just hold on. I have to mention this, that Hendrik Oliphant, not only did he work in that vast region in the Northern Cape, and one of the discussions that we've had that we are going to hear very soon is that when we look at regions, we must always accept that the regions are not the same. And that the regions, their structure, content, and operation is not the same. And therefore, we must try to strive for a position where we actually compare apples with apples. Because some of the stories that you hear from the big regions in the Eastern Cape, especially in East London and also in the Northern Cape, we have commissioners sometimes who travel for 800 kilometers to just go and hear a case. And when they come back, they still travel another 800 kilometers back home. Sometimes they don't even sleep. Sometimes they sleep over. But they still dedicate their efforts to give excellent work. And when I say we must compare apples with apples, you don't have to travel 800 kilometers when you work in Johannesburg. And some of our commissioners, they work in buildings and places where that isn't even ablution facilities. I've heard horrible stories, but they never stop doing the work. They deliver the service. So as we move forward, I promise you that we are going to design our systems and processes to recognize those differences. Because if you drive a car in Johannesburg, you spend 45 minutes to go to office, but others spend 800 kilometers to go to office or to work. We must really recognize those differences. And for that, I'm mentioning this because Hendrik worked in that environment. And not only was he just a commissioner of the CCMA, he has been a commissioner of the CCMA for over 23 years, since 1996. And it is important to note that as the recipient of this recognition and appreciation on behalf of the governing board and myself as the director of the CCMA and the rest of the CCMA family, that since 1996, he started as a case management officer. And his dedication and hard work carried him up the corporate ladder from CMO position to being senior commissioner and later as the manager overseeing the running of the Kimberley region. He viewed his role as more than just a job, like I said yesterday, but a calling that allowed him to touch the lives of ordinary citizens of our country. And for that, I want to say to you, Hendrik, for the time that you spend at the CCMA, you are appreciated. And you're not just appreciated, a new journey has become part of your life because you have become now a part-time senior commissioner, which means that those that will be working with you, the new commissioners and those that have been in the game, and also from running the office, you're going to become, and you are, a very valuable asset post your full-time employment as the head of that office in Kimberley. And I hope you have a great life beyond this, and we hope to drink from the wealth of your experience for us to become greater as an institution. Well done. Enjoy it. Now, thank you. The second colleague and commissioner and a distinguished employee of the CCMA to be recognized, also who has become a part-time commissioner, who's also confronted by the same issues that I spoke about in Limpopo. And I can also confirm that she has also spent 16 years as the CCMA commissioner and also who fulfilled the position of being the convening senior commissioner in that office. And she's a lawyer by profession. I remember when we had a discussion with Grace before she submitted her interest to convert into part-time, that she wants to go back to practice, but she wants to continue to become the commissioner of the CCMA. I'm very grateful that you are also still in the fold, that you will also continue to assist our region in Limpopo, not only as a commissioner, but also as a former manager and leader of that region. The region will really benefit a lot with the experience that we've acquired over a period of 16 years. We take pride in your contribution, and we're very proud of you. Thank you very much. Please come forward.
And fugitives, hooded eyes and weary brows.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have received and we have recognized the regions that have done well when it comes to collective bargaining. And this acknowledgement is not the only acknowledgement actually we should be giving. But because of its impact, because of its size, because of the tensions it's created in the labor market and also internationally, and because of all the intricacies that our commissioners had to deal with to resolve this case, we thought it is prudent to recognize the commissioners who were involved in this matter. The reason why I mention this, it is because sometimes the labor market, when we resolve these industrial actions, especially the big cases, they never really know what goes on behind the scenes. What they see is a matter saying settled. And these are the source of inspirations to our new commissioners, because every time you're sitting watching television and listening to the news, when you hear that now they've turned to the CCMA to resolve the matter, that's when we take pride. That's why I say to the new commissioners, as you walk proud and be happy that you're part of that family. These commissioners were involved in the SAA case. I know that as we celebrate that we have at least managed to assist the parties when it comes to strike and to the SAA itself, we mustn't forget that SAA is under business rescue. That's beyond us. I think, Judge President, we've explained what is within our reach and what is beyond our reach. I wish, therefore, to call upon the following commissioners to recognize them. You see, when we do recognitions, we don't only talk about commissioners that eventually ended up in the matter. There's different commissioners that participate in the process. So it is always befitting that you recognize all of them. Because as a people, as a CCMA family, we must always remember, it is not only money, increases and bonuses that people appreciate. Just a way to say, we know what you've done, thank you, keep it up, well done. That's why we're doing this. This is the beginning. If your name is not here and you've done something great, don't feel bad. It's not the end, this is just the beginning. I therefore wish to call the following commissioners. You remember Abdul Osman? Please come forward, Abdul Osman. JP, if you don't remember, this is the commissioner who did the NUMSA case on NUMSA versus Assign. I'm getting rusty, no? Assign. Your award was also, we recognized, remember, you're back again. And then, where's Belen Anayacha? I wish to also call upon the head of collective bargaining, Harun Dokra. Oh, he's not here, but let's just acknowledge him. He's not present, I remember. And then from Ekurhuleni region, Simon Makube. And then last but not least, this is the commissioner also, because he's also acting in the executive committee together with Harun. They got involved in this matter. Remember, we were at the executive committee when we got a request that we must release them. And then as we released them, and I said, make sure that you resolve the matter. And then they did. William Thompson. That's great. This next recognition, thank you very much, gentlemen. You may take the seat. Oh, for a picture, sorry. Let's take it. Where's the other guy? Oh, Abdul. Just a picture.
Rising up, back on the street. Did my time, took my chances. Went the distance, now I'm back on my feet. Just a man and his will to survive. So many times it happens too fast. You trade your passion for glory. Don't lose your grip on the dreams of the past. You must fight just to keep them alive. It's the eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight. Rising up to the challenge of our rival. And the last known survivor stalks his spread in the night. And he's watching us all with the eye of the tiger.
The next award, what is written about what this gentleman is doing is not complete, because I have a first experience about the role that he plays. With this award, I aim to acknowledge and commend extraordinary contribution outside one's scope of work or function. Not just to come to work and just, I want to do what I'm contracted to do. The recipient must have demonstrated an ever-willing attitude and visibly unshaken passion, never perturbed at the news of an invite to contribute towards anything that presents and represents and advances the interests of the CCMA, its internal and external stakeholders. This award recognizes such rare individuals' acts. It is often not most employees who would perform duties outside of their scope of work, and that when they undertake such discretionary functions or duties, they do so to the best of their ability and with passion. The recipient of this award has played a vital role in the planning and delivery of all major CCMA projects, namely the CCMA Indaba, the Labour Conference, the Shropshire's Conference, and CCMA Indaba Sports and Wellness Day. I encourage everyone to emulate the attitude and values embodied by this individual, one which I am proud to acknowledge and pat him in the back for being an excellent employee, and urge him to continue to serve the CCMA relentlessly. Ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome on stage and to receive this discretionary effort and acknowledgement. And I must say that we've got a number of these type of employees at the CCMA, but we can only acknowledge them if you let us know. But this one, I have the pride to present because I've seen it and I've experienced it. Ladies and gentlemen, from the Kingdom of KwaZulu, Natal, Marcus Maria. This one you already know, but I'll just read, it's very important. How many of you, I'm not sure how many people have done this. And I'm not going to spend time because we've spent time with it, but I'll read it because it's important. This award will be presented to employees who have performed exceptionally well outside the CCMA and achieved extraordinary goals, and have in the process soared to a greater heights with the CCMA flag. Their achievement inspired many ordinary people inside and outside the CCMA to realize and accept that ordinary people can dream the impossible, and that with determination and extraordinary goals, it can be achieved. Their ambition and determination to conquer their personal goals and adventurous mission is not only personally rewarding, but inspires the nation, community, friends, and colleagues that they too can accomplish greater things. For that, they are truly CCMA ambassadors. Personally, they are my hero, and I believe we are all proud to call them our colleagues. Their achievements are a reminder to all of us that we too have it within ourselves to dream and achieve the impossible dreams. Today, we say to you, we have been watching, we have cheered and clapped for you, and you never disappointed. You continued to impress and made us all proud. We celebrate your determination, talent, ability, and ambition to reach the end goal. The first recipient of this category is one man who did and climbed the mountain Kilimanjaro. Right, wait, and for this award, it is important to note one important thing. While he was doing this personally, but he took the pride to take the CCMA flag when he reached at the top of the mountain and raised our flag and said, I am a senior, you're not a senior commissioner. I'm the commissioner of the CCMA, just joking. I'm the commissioner of the CCMA, I'm raising the flag, even if he didn't have to do it. Well done for that. Thank you very much. Thank you, And I must mention that it did not only conquer the highest peak in Mountain Kilimanjaro in 2019 April, he also, as I said, he took our flag, but he also completed the Soweto Marathon and participated in the Ironman competition in 2018, and also did the swimming in 1.9 kilometers. He did cycling 90 kilometers and running 21 kilometers. And I'm sure you'll take pride in it. That's a nice challenge. I'm sure one or two of you will be able to also achieve that. Well done. The second of the two last recognitions goes to the Free State in Bloemfontein. This young man, and he's also worked with Marcus, and I must say that also he's recently been appointed as a commissioner. That's progression. This recognition goes to Darren Colby. I'm told that he's not here. I know. I must mention also, his CSC can receive his award because he's not here. I know also that this month he's also getting married. next weekend. And Darren, I must say that he's a rugby referee based on the Free State province. He officiated the Currie Cup rugby final between the Free State and the Cheetahs. And he scooped the Retief Trophy as the most improved referee in 2018 and the annual referee at the annual referee award ceremony. And we'll just say thank you to him, CSC. Are we supposed to take a picture with you?
I'm not sure. It's up to you.
Let's take a picture. That is the recipient of the award. Thank you. Is it medals? That's fine. The last award, and the last but not least, I'm told that also the recipient is not here. This is also a demonstration of talent, determination, and ambition, self-belief, and the passion for hockey is what he earned Malrick a place at the South African national men's hockey team. He made his debut 2 years ago in Egypt for the African Cup of Nations, a tournament in which they emerged victorious. And he also earned his place at the national team through his dedication and love for the sport. He travels to Johannesburg every week to play competitive hockey in the Premier Hockey League for Gauteng franchise to stay in good form. And then, there's a cost involved in the travel, which he doesn't mind doing. He's not deterred by those expenses of travel, coming weekly to Johannesburg to exercise. He told Solomon Star newspaper that despite financial constraints, self-belief and the love that he has for the sport and the eagerness to play for the national team is what has kept him going. It is reported that he remains the only national player in the Northern Cape and Free State to have obtained 5 national caps. Against all odds, you have prevailed. Thank you for being a great CCMA ambassador. You have made us all proud. Can I have CSC from Kimberley to receive this award recognition? Thank you. Who's here? Colleagues, my job is done on this one. It was the final one. But this is one important parting shot on these recognitions. I want to ask all our managers at all levels that it does not take an award at the CCMA Indaba to acknowledge and appreciate the achievement of your staff. This must be done ordinarily because it doesn't take a big event to acknowledge and appreciate. These awards demonstrate that people do good things outside work, and others are prepared to go for an extra mile without expecting a compensation. So I'm saying to you, as we move towards Indaba next year, create your own little Indabas in the provinces. Appreciate and keep the smile of our employees, and let's value them for their on the field and off the field. Thank you very much.
To all those that won, congratulations again. To those that didn't, you're still doing a great job as CCMA as a whole. Now I'm just going to hand over to our chairperson of the governing body, Mr. Makhulula Dwaba, to give us a vote of thanks. Mr. Makhulula Dwaba, can you please come upstage, please?
Hello, colleagues, friends, and comrades. Good evening. We've reached critical hours. There's blood pressure issues, there's diabetes issues, the sugar levels are extremely low. I don't want to waste much of your time, but to say a few words, and before I say that, maybe to each one of my colleagues, a member of the governing body, happy birthday. It's not necessary to disclose how old are you, but let everybody know that today is your birthday. Nereus, please stand up. Colleagues, just to thank everybody else who took part in preparing this auspicious occasion. And also thank all of those that participated in imparting their knowledge and understanding of the environment in which we work. Judge Witcher, we've known each other for a very long time. You were a glittering spark of brilliance in old Fossatu and Mau. You continued with that spark and inspired a lot of people. You are an integral part of the CCMA family. Please keep it up and hang around with us. Let's then deal with the easier part. The easier part is that you are all acknowledged members of the portfolio committee. You were present throughout, unlike in other years where you appeared for 2 hours and then disappeared and still got paid, and still got paid in full. You stuck with us the full distance, and we can vouch that you deserve every penny you earn. Colleagues, dinner is going to be served. But before dinner is served, I think there was an event today in which only 2 members of the CCMA took part, including the director of the Department of Infrastructure and Development. Our colleague who summited Kilimanjaro showed unbelievable skill. I could not believe that he has not touched a golf club in 17 months, but his level of accuracy and brilliance was unbelievable today. It's not a joke. So we have somebody who's extremely multi-talented. Let's encourage him. He's got the correct body structure. He will make an impact because the next Indaba will be totally different. I may not be there, but from the background, I will insist that this happens. Nanan, you stood there and amused me with you. You are Zulu by birth. You grew up in a township, but the extent to which you took command of your language, which is what we spoke about at the CCMA, you were brilliant, my brother. I'm Ndebele. The only problem is that my language has not been written yet. We can only speak about it. And that is why other people thought I made a mistake yesterday when I said, or when I opened the conference, that it is, I greeted in Shivenda, and I said 11 other languages. It was not a mistake. My language is not recognized. Colleagues, director, your executive team, members of the governing body, recipients of various awards, you are a reflection of what the CCMA is all about. My only concern with this institution is that we underplay or downplay our achievements. People say we must be modest. I don't believe in modesty. I just don't, I'm not a fanatic of modesty. Where you make interventions, and interventions are, the impact of your interventions are such that you keep not just the fiscus, but the country, the head above the water. It's a major achievement. You've done so with SAA, and only today we saw who are the people involved. Director, your executive team, stop this slumber. Take pride in your achievements. Let's try and invade the media with positive stories and not the negatives that we always hear. Very little is said about the CCMA. It's a critical institution, but what the CCMA has achieved over the years surpasses some of your credible institutions. Your efforts, your hard work, and I'll still maintain you are undervalued, but you outperform all of them put together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson, Mr. Ledwaba, for the vote of thanks. Ladies and gents, the Chairperson has spoken. It is now left for me as the Program Director to say this whole weekend we have reflected on the past, we've embraced the present, and we are currently preparing for the future. And without further ado, this has been one of the best Indabas that I've ever attended. And we're bringing now the program to a closure. So give yourselves a round of applause for this. Dinner will be served. Now I've been informed that with the dinner we need to allow the dignitaries to exit first. Dignitaries will be led by Uana to their particular stations, and then once the dignitaries have left, then we can then also go and have something to eat. And in us having something to eat, they'll be clearing a dance floor for us, for some after-party entertainment. We've worked hard. Tonight, I think we can party harder. So please come back. Let's party after this. Well done. Thank you.
The higher you build your barrier,